Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to Racing Action from Flamboro Downs for this Thursday evening. Our first dash will go to post in approximately 15 minutes. Let's get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing. Note the track listed as good. No changes, races 1 through 4. In race number 5, we have an equipment change. It's on number 2, Olena. Changing Can't See back to open bridle. That's Can't See back to open bridle. And number 7, Century Isaiah, changing blind bridle to side rolls. Blind to side rolls. Race number 6 scratched is number 9, Southwind Grenade. Race 6 scratch 9, Southwind Grenade. Race 7 will go as programmed. No changes, race 7. Race number 8, equipment changes. 4, Salzburg Cami, blinkers to side roll on the right and adding Murphy blind on the left. Blinkers to side roll on the right, adding Murphy blind on the left. Number 5, Eternally Hanover, open to blind bridle, open to blind. And number 6, Timel Emerald, blind to open bridle. Race 9, no changes, race 9. Race number 10, scratched is number 4, Darkness Cooks. Race 10, scratch number 4, Darkness Cooks. Hold on. Post parade for race one. One is I'm a Diva. Brian McDonald drive for Paul Meekins in Saltwater Stable. And number two is Marcus Downridge. Paul McKenzie over Stephen Charlton. Number three is Angel Flyway. JB Renault for Julie Walker and Leonard Gamble. Number four is Spiros Austin Sorry for Emma Christoforou and Charlambos Christoforou. Number five is Seasonal. It's Phil Hudon for Camila Christoforou. And number six, Mac the Night, Del Spence for Joe Pereira and Chris Menina. Number seven is Mike's Tony, Sam Fillion for Bill Meegans and Robert Meegans. And number eight is Charmbo Chip, Jason Ryan for Marissa Miller and Martin Kepfer. Let's get a look at this field for race number one, and we'll start with number three, Angel Flyway, co-favored right now at 2-1, and raced here in this class last time out. Only got away sixth, was able to close late in the mile to finish fourth, but still overall needs to build off of that race. But Angel Flyway was racing at Mohawk before that, and how the last race at least was a turnaround in form. And Angel Flyway is one that did make more than $1,000 to start last year, which in this class compares well. Angel Flyway, I give this one a slight nod in what I think is a fairly wide open dash. Jay Bruno for Julie Walker, 5-2. Others, number five, Seasonal, well, made a couple of breaks last time on, and look, this is one that was the first start since September the 22nd, so Seasonal, maybe if he can stay flat here, could be a lot better in this spot. One that does show some flashes and miles of 56 and change in September at Mohawk, and does have a win out of 10 starts last year. Seasonal, and Phil Hudon is 6-1. Number six, Mac the Night, is one that's making a second start off a layoff. Missed about 6 or 7 weeks' time. Only one top three in the past 22 starts. It was a win. Mac the Night, really not a factor here last time out. But when you look down the page, you do see a little bit of speed racing at Mohawk. But still, as I mentioned, this is a very wide open dash. Mac the Night, Del Spence, and Joe Pereira, 10-1. And one more to look at is number eight, Charmbo Chip. Tough post assignment, but before that last race at Mohawk, Charmbo Chip is one that, shows the most form on the page, and you do see a run of 4 consecutive top three finishes. 3 of them came in this class. They were back in November and December, so Charmbo Chip getting back away from Mohawk, despite the outside post position, has to be looked at as a possibility in this field because there's not a lot in the way of current form with this field. I opted to Angel Flyaway, 9-5, the betting favorite. The starters called the field for race number one. Taking up their positions, I'm a Diva, Marcus Downridge, Angel Flyaway on the inside. In the center, Spiros and Seasonal. To the outside, Mac the Night, Mike Stoney, and Charmbo Chip. It's a field of 8 for race number one. First race trotters into the stretch drive, gathering speed approaching the start. And the field is at the start in the rough. Getting out well, Marcus Downridge, and Marcus Downridge off stride early is Mac the Knight, and Marcus Downridge dueling with Angel Flyway. Mike Stoney to the outside is racing third, then position for Spiros, and then it is Charmro Chip on the outside. Back further is Diva and Seasonal. Marcus Downridge has got the lead right now for Paul McKenzie. Angel Flyway is racing on the outside and pressing on, and now has to think about a better plan and is going to tuck into the pocket because Marcus Downridge and Paul McKenzie has driven on the lead 28-1 opening quarter. Angel Flyaways racing second, Mike Stoney third, then Charmbro Chip and I'm a Diva and Seasonal and Mac. Then I feel to spread out a little bit in behind Marcus Downridge, who's 8-1 on the board, leading Angel Flyway, the 6-5 favorite by a length and a half, then a gap of 3 or 4. And Mike Stoney is racing third in front of Charmbro Chip. I'm a Diva's fifth. The half was 58 as they raced their way on towards the 5/8. Marcus Downridge was sharp since the get-go and leads on up to the 5/8, being studied by Angel Flyaway, who's nose to helmet in the pocket. Mike Stoney a little closer third, and then racing for his Charmbro Chip on down the backstretch, Marcus Downridge, and Angel Flyaway wants to try right now to take Marcus Downridge down, and it is Angel Flyway who's able to fly right on by, and now takes a lead of a couple of lengths. Marcus Downridge is second, and then Mike's Tony racing forth his Charmbro Chip, and Seasonal is fifth. Angel Flyaway now is flown out to a lead of about 6 lengths over Marcus Downridge. On the outside, Charmbro Chip is third, then it is Mike's Tony and Seasonal, and Mac the Knight on down the stretch drive. It's all Angel Flyaway who's got this one sewn up and wins it by a wide margin of about 9.5 lengths. And then it is Charmbro Chip, Seasonal, and Marcus Downridge. 159-1. There's a look at the winner, and it is Angel Flyaway, winning drive to JB Renault, 4-year-old Archangel Brown mare. Leonard Gamble of Etobicoke is the owner. Julie Walker, the trainer. It's the 5th win lifetime for Angel Flyaway. Amount of 159-1. The first race, number 3, Angel Flyway, $443 $210. A Charmbro Chip, $790 $445. Seasonal $330, $2 exactor $55.60. Dollar Try 130.75. Dollar Super 466.60. 20-cent Super 93.32. First race, so we'll finish from the top, is a DNF 4173652. That's DNF 4173652 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 2 is on parade. 1, Lucky Dancer, Pretty Colliers for Rod Boyd and Jefferson Davis. Number 2 is Dan Speed, Austin Story for Jabard Demers and Yannick Marquis and Jody Paquette. Number 4, Aladdin Dulac, Jason Wright for Sheldon Rose. Number 3 is Redland Wrangler, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton and Kathleen Charlton. And number 5, the Dark Panther, Phil Houdon, drives for Ken Abba Duncan and Jen Lucier. Number 6, Silverback Jack, Damian McClellan for Barbara Kyle Fellows and Marissa Wilson. Number 7, Some Might Say, Sammy Philly for Robert Reed and Kyle Stretch. Field of 7, race number 2. Let's get a look at this field, and we'll start with number 2, Dan Speed, 1-2 on the board. Comes in from Mohawk, and last time out was good until deep into the mile at Mohawk. Was third by a length when they turned for home after leading for a good chunk of the race. And Dan Speed did drop back. 5 got by. We're actually with third, so a few got by to finish 6th. And Dan Speed, only 1 win though in 30 starts, the last 30 starts, 4 wins lifetime. But I think Dan Speed compares pretty well in this with this bottom group. Dan Speed is the 3-5 favorite. Number 5, the Dark Panther, has really come on nicely for Phil Houdon and dominated here last time out. So if Dan Speed isn't up to getting things rolling here away from Mohawk, the Dark Panther has to be taken seriously, because you see just since November the 12th, joining Phil Houdon, has 2 wins and 2 seconds. The Dark Panther and Phil Houdon, a serious win threat, 9-2. Number 1, Lucky Dancer, is one that's been a consistent fringe player of late. In fact, you see 3 top 3 finishes in the past 5 starts. The other 2 starts were 4th, so Lucky Dancer and Brady Colliers is one that you got to consider on the ticket. 5-1 inside post position, and does have some gate speed. In fact, 2 races ago, blasted to the front from post 7, or tried to get to the front and then got parked, and was parked to pass the half and still stuck around for a third. That's a pretty impressive outing. Lucky Dancer with an inside post. I think 5-1 is a very good sleeper play in here. Good value. And number 3, Redland Wrangler. This is one that a win-shy type that sometimes puts up strong outings. You see 3 consecutive runner-up finishes before the last 2 races. Redland Wrangler, Paul McKenzie for Stephen Charlton, is 11-1. My top one is number 2, Dan Speed, 3-5. Gate is rolling for race number 2. Taking up their positions on the inside, Lucky Dancer and Dan Speed. In the center, Redland Wrangler, Aladdin Dulac, and the Dark Panther. And to the outside, Silverback Jack, and Some Might Say. It's a field of 7. It's the second dash. Field for the second race, gathering speed, approaching the start. there at the start of the rough. And Redland Wrangler leaving with Silverback Jack and some might say, and Lucky Dancer on the inside. And then Dan Speed. And then further back as they work on around the turn, the Dark Panther. And trailing the field is Aladdin Dulac. Lucky Dancer has got the lead. Lucky Dancer, Redland Wrangler, some might say, pressing on the outside. Some might say wants to come on and challenge for the front against Lucky Dancer. And some might say at 5-1 is driving on and is now going to clear the lead. Lucky Dancer is filling the pocket. Redland Wrangler third, 20-1 opening quarter. Dan Speed, McBat fourth, and then Silverback Jack, the Dark Panther, and Aladdin Dulac, and now Lucky Dancer on the retake has reclaimed the lead. And some might say is racing in the pocket. Redland Wrangler is third. Now Dan Speed has popped out quickly to come first over and is on the move rapidly. Silverback Jack has also stepped out. Then it is the Dark Panther and Aladdin Dulac. It's Lucky Dancer with Dan Speed now looking to speed up into contention. 58-2 halftime, 30-1 second split, and they work their way on past the 5/8. Lucky Dancer, Dan Speed, a length and 3/4 back on the outside. Some might say to the inside is third. Silverback Jack is racing second over fourth. Redland Wrangler fifth to the inside. The Dark Panther second from last. Well back is Aladdin Dulac. Lucky Dancer is still with the lead. Dan Speed is going to try to wear down Lucky Dancer, but Lucky Dancer looks good right now. Leads by 3/4 at 127-4, and Lucky Dancer now leads by 3. Dan Speed second, some might say is third. The Dark Panther closing some ground, racing fourth, and then Silverback Jack and Redland Wrangler. But it is Lucky Dancer cruising in the stretch drive and is going to take this one. And then the battle for second. Dan Speed is in a photo with the Dark Panther, and on the inside, some might say 157-1. Lucky Dancer. Back in front of us, the winner, number 1 Lucky Dancer, Brady Colliers is the winning driver. Lucky Dancer is a 4-year-old big Jim Brown, gelding by Rod Boyd and Jefferson Davis. Rod Boyd is the trainer. It's the 5th win for Lucky Dancer lifetime, 157-1. The second race pounce. 1 Lucky Dancer, 1320, 310, 250, 2 Dan Speed, 220 and 210, and 5 the Dark Panther, 270. $2 exactor, $22.40. Dollar try, $69.65. Dollar Super 180.90. 20-cent Super 36.18. $2 double 105.30. The second race over a finish in the top. 1, 2, 5, 7, 3, 6, 4. That's 1, 2, 5, 7, 3, 6, 4 on the bottom. Field on post parade for race number 3. One is Lily's Last. Brett McDonough for Ron McDonald and Hartel Maintenance. Number 2 is Esquire. Travis Henry from Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker. Number 3 is Frenchie Hanover, Mark McDonnell for Sandy Lawrence. Number 4 is Peter Crown, Paul McKenzie for Steve Watson. Number 5 is Masterwork, Sammy Filia for Jean-Francois Maguire, Jean Allaire and Gino Bilodeau, and Marie de Bears. GT Stables. And number 6 is No One, Austin Sorey for Gerard Demers and Francois Morin. Number 8 is Handsome Hank, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. And number 7 is Off-Road Hanover, Dale Spence for Jim Whalen and Dr. Angela Whalen and Robert Eaton. It's a field of 8. It's race number 3. Going to post shortly. Let's get a look at this field of trotters. A good field of conditioned trotters. We'll start with number 5, Masterwork. One that did have 3 wins in a row at London. Racing above this class, an optional 20 claimer before trying Mohawk last time out in an optional 20 claimer. And, well, that didn't work well. But Masterwork now comes here, drops into an optional 15 claimer. Look, this is one that was consistently good all of last year. Had 22 top 3 finishes in 32 starts. Made a good amount of money, $58,000 in 32 tries. And Masterwork, Sammy Filia for J.F. McGuire. I think it's the one to beat in here, but he is 7-2 and not the favorite, as that status is elsewhere. It's actually number 6, No One. Number 2, Esquire, is closing in on the $500,000 mark, just 10,000, less than 10,000 away. And Esquire is one that was a winner in a dead heat here last time out. You see plenty of good form for Esquire. Fits nicely in this class. In fact, at London in December had a 2nd and a 3rd in this class, and late November had a 4th beaten a length and 3/4 at this level as well. Overall, Esquire was a consistent one last year. A lot of that class, as mentioned, has 50 lifetime wins. Veteran 13-year-old Esquire, 2-1. Number 1, Lily's Last, will get away from Mohawk. And look, was good at Mohawk, had 3 consecutive runner-up finishes before last time out, racing to a 4th, and then was claimed, so now makes a first start for Ron McDonald. Had been with Robert Kyle Fellows and Lily's Last, and Brett McDonald on the inside is a serious factor in here, 5-2. And then number 6, No One, is taking a lot of money, 9-5 on the board. Look, post 8 here last time out in this class didn't help No One at all. This is one that was a 2nd beaten a length to Arrakis back in early December in this class. Made a break in the next try at this level, and then that last race was post 8. So certainly you can make an argument for No One. One that did have 12 top 2 finishes in just 26 starts last year. No One in Austin Sorey for Gerard Demers. 7-5, I think, is over a bet. I love the 5-1 and 5 Masterwork. My top pick is offering a decent price. Starting gate is rolling for race number 3. It's Lily's Last and Esquire and Frenchie Hanover on the inside. In the center, Peter Crown, Masterwork to the outside, No One, Off-Road Hanover and Handsome Hank. Field of 8, race number 3, here they come. And the field for the third into the stretch drive, gathering speed. Field for the third is at the start in the rough, and Peter Crown driving with Handsome Hank, and on the inside, Lily's Last, then Esquire, and Masterwork and No One as the field charges around that first turn. Then it is back further right now to Frenchy Hanover, and then Off-Road Hanover, and on down the backstretch they go. Lily's Last has got the early lead. Driving still on the outside is Handsome Hank, and Peter Crown is third on the pylons, now moves up and is second, filling the pocket is Handsome Hank is going to take back and try to squeeze over to the pylons, racing third in front of Esquire. Now No One is quickly on the move on the outside, and Masterwork is racing third from last in front of Frenchy Hanover and Off-Road Hanover. 28 and 2 the opening quarter. Lily's Last, even money on the board. No One is on the outside, challenging for his dub. Peter Crown is filling the pocket, only 2 lengths off the lead. Esquire is situated second over racing fourth, and Handsome Hank shuffled back on the inside to fifth, and now Masterwork is working on the outside, third over sixth, and then Frenchy Hanover and Off-Road Hanover. 58 and 4 halftime, 30 and 2 second split. And it is Lily's Last with the front for Brent McDonald. No One to the outside is challenging. Peter Crown has dropped back a little bit on the inside third as they work their way on down the backstretch, and now No One will tuck into the pocket in behind Lily's Last as they hustle on to three quarters, and now Masterwork is working a little harder. Out 3 wide is Come On, and he's moving up and looking to take third from Peter Crown, and was able to do so. Peter Crown is racing position to fourth, and then it is Esquire now closing Off-Road Hanover. On the inside, Handsome Hank and trailing is Frenchy Hanover, three quarters, 128 and 2. Lily's Last, but Masterwork is working now. It is Lily's Last and Masterwork, and No One as they turn for home. And Off-Road Hanover on down the stretch drive they come. Masterwork on the outside now is moving up. Masterwork and Lily's Last. Masterwork was able to get a winning trip and get the job done. Lily's Last was second, No One third. Off-Road Hanover fourth, 158 and 2. Masterwork. Fans, the inquiry sign will go up pertaining to racing action at the top of the stretch, pertaining to 5 Masterwork and 6 No One. Back in front of us is the unofficial winner, Masterwork. Sammy Fillion, the winning driver. Jean-Francois Maguire, the trainer. Masterworks a 5-year-old muscle mass bay gelding by Jean Allaire and Gino Billito and Anne-Marie Demers in GT Stables. 13th win unofficially lifetime for Masterwork, 158 and 2. Fans note the judges ruling that number 5, Masterwork, did not commit any violations. The inquiry sign will go down. 5-1, 6-7, the top four. Third race, payouts 5, Masterwork, 993, 70, 220. 1, Lily's Last, 270 and 210, and 6, No One, 210. $2 Actor, 2610. Dollar Try, 3405. Dollar Super, 220, 620. 20-cent Super, 45.24. The third race, order finish at the top, is at 285 61347. That is from the top down, 285 61347 on the bottom. Field 4, race number 4 is on. Parade 1 is Captain Highliner, Jason Ryan for Cherokee Land and Max Webster. Number 2 is Manhattan Joe, Malik Smith for Tyler Schlottman. And number 3 is Nevada Dragon, Ryan Guy for Lee Gassian. Correction, Danielle Lee Gassian. 4 is Early Play, Alan Malloy for Jody Cullen and Megan Sweet. 5 is Jet Set Charmer, Brett McDonough for Robert Reed and Austin Reed. Number 6, Well Said Celeb, Damian McClellan for Mitchell Tierney and Miley Tierney. And number 7, Play the Ace, Michael Hamlin, drives and trains and owns. And number 8 is McCalco, Dale Spencer, Darren Rayner, and Mary Harris. It's a field of 8. It's race number 4. Let's get a look at this field for the 4th dash. And we'll start with number 1, Captain Highliner. And one that has only 2 wins last year, but 6 lifetime. Comes in from Philadelphia and makes a first start for Terry Gallan. Captain Highliner. You do see this one showing some decent speed. Now, look, Philadelphia is a fairly quick track, but nonetheless, Captain Highliner, I think, compares well here. One negative, though, hasn't raced since the 12th of December and made a break last time out. But, well, we'll see what Captain Highliner has to offer. But this is a bottom class, so this is one that just might be able to get a lot accomplished here. 3 to 5, Captain Highliner. Others, number 4, Early Play, Alan Malloy for Jody Cullen. 7-time winner last year in just 23 starts, and last start was November the 11th, although did qualify here on a track that was off a couple of seconds in 2:01 and 3. Early Play, I think, out of the strong barn of Jody Cullen, could be a play for a share, 4 to 1. Number 2, Manhattan Joe, well, back-to-back thirds, and look, this is the bottom class, so you don't get a ton of form, but Manhattan Joe at least brings in a couple of thirds, in fact 3 thirds in the past 4 starts. Malik Smith for Tyler Schlottman, 8 to 1. And how about number 3, Nevada Dragon? This is one that has only 1 win in the past 41, but also during that 41 starts, 16 top 3 finishes. Nevada Dragon, 4th last start, tougher post assignment, post 7, and got away 8th now from post 3. Maybe could build off that 4th and get on to the top 3. Ryan Guy driving and training this one and is 8 to 1. But number 1, Captain Highliner, 3 to 5 on the board. Gate is rolling for race number 4, Captain Highliner, Manhattan Joe, and Nevada Dragon on the inside. On the center, Early Play, Jet Set, Charmer to the outside, Well Said, Celeb, Play the Ace, and Mucalco. It's a field of 8. It's race number 4. Here they come. And the field for the 4th race, gathering speed, approaching the start. They're at the start of the route. Nevada Dragon, an early play with Well Said Celeb, Manhattan Joe on the inside. Then play the Ace and Jet Set Charmer, Captain Highliner. And trailing the field is Macalco. They race on into the backstretch. Nevada Dragon has got the lead. Well Said Celeb is tucked into the pocket. An early play is third in the early action. Manhattan Joe is racing fourth in front of Jet Set Charmer. Then it is back to play the Ace. Captain Highliner has just one beaten right now, and that is Macalco. They race their way on past that opening quarter in 28-1. Nevada Dragon at 15-1's got the lead. Well Said Celeb is second. An early play is third in front of Manhattan Joe. Then Jet Set Charmer and play the Ace and Captain Highliner. And then it is Macalco. They race off the turn. Nevada Dragon and Ryan Guy's got the lead. Well Said Celeb racing position second. Early play now plays on the outside. First up third. Halftime 58-2 off a 28-1 opening quarter. Manhattan Joe is racing position fourth, and fifth is Jet Set Charmer as they work their way up to the 5/8. Captain Highliner is on the outside sixth, and then play the Ace and Macalco on down the backstretch to go. Nevada Dragon. Now early play is getting up a little closer. Nevada Dragon. Early play is only about a half length back, and now 3/4 of a length off the lead. And then on the outside, Manhattan Joe is third. Racing for his Well Said Celeb. Captain Highliner is moving, but still has a lot of work to do to reel in Nevada Dragon. It is Nevada Dragon in early play. Manhattan Joe, Captain Highliner, and Well Said Celeb. 3/4 was 127-2, and Nevada Dragon continues to march on. Nevada Dragon, an early play. Nevada Dragon at 15-1 is going to score an early play second. Manhattan Joe third. Captain Highliner fourth, 156-3. Back in front of us, the winner, Nevada Dragon. Nevada Dragon, the winning drive to Ryan Guy, who's also the trainer and part owner, along with Danielle Legassian. Nevada Dragon, 5-year-old Custard, the Dragon Brown Gelding, fifth lifetime win, 156-3. The fourth race payouts: 3 Nevada Dragon, 3220, 640, 370. 4 early play, 360, 280, and 2 Manhattan Joe, 320. $2 exactor, 94.90. Dollar try, 179.10. Dollar super, 286.05. 20-cent super is 57.21. And the dollar pick 3 is 497.75 with a 20-cent pick 3 of 99.55. Fourth race order of finish from the top. So 43126.857. That's 43126.857 on the bottom. field for race number 5 on parade 1 is Synergy S. Dale Spence for Kelly Duval Lakai. Number 2 is Olena, Travis Henry for Linda Denis and Danielle Lunan. And number 3, Bucky's Angel, Wayne McLean for Beverly Rice. Number 4 is Southwind Caesar, Paul McKenzie for Craig Yates and Ted Knight. Number 5, Wheelin' and Steel and George Catros for Mary Catros. Number 6, Pinewood, Hanover Deg Henriksen for Quantum Farms. Number 7 is Century Isaiah, Ron Waples Jr. for Dr. Sheila Atmore. 8 is Should Have Known Better, Brett McDonough for Mike Hamlin. And 9 is Lockdown Romeo, Damian McClellan for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. Well, fans, let's look at this field for race number 5. And my top play is number 6, Pinewood, Hanover. And, well, 9th beaten 27 1/4 last time out, so clearly you can see why I took this one. Now, listen. Gets away from Mohawk, comes in here. The last 3 races weren't very good at all, but now drops down. And you just go back 4 races back. Did trot in 55 3 at Mohawk, and now dropping in class. This is one that made 42,000 in 29 starts last year. Saw this one take a mark at Grand River of 54. Pinewood, Hanover, 3 to 5 on the board. Should really like the venue change in class drop. Number 4, Southwind Caesar, has raced reasonably well of late and gets another try back in the same class. Was second, beaten 2 lengths to Texaco Man in this class 3 race ago. In fact, you see 3 runner finishes on the board on the program in the last 6 starts, and then the last 2 races, a 3rd and a 4th. But still, overall, this is one you got to look at as a potential. The problem is just 1 win in the past 30 starts, 9 runner-up finishes during that span. So I like this one better for second. Southwind Caesar and Paul McKenzie for Craig Yates is on the board at 5 to 1. Number 5, Wheelin' and Steel, and was 3rd at Mohawk just 2 races ago. Last race at Mohawk didn't fare well, 6th beaten 10 lengths, so now we'll try things away from Mohawk. Won 7 of 30 starts last year. Maybe Wheelin' and Steel, and we'll wheel on in here for Mohawk and race a lot better. George Catros driving and training this one 7 to 1. And then down on the inside, Synergy S did not fare well here at all last time out, but needed a flat line, so first order of business. Did not leave the gate very strongly. Made a bit of a move out 3 wide, but look, they went a slow half and then swung out 3 wide, put in a 29 3 third panel, but then petered out after that. But Synergy S did race reasonably well at Rito late November, early December, and now with that flat line under his belt, maybe he can come back and be a factor to get onto the top 5 here. Dale Spence for Kelly Duval Lakai, as this one is a high 5. And if we're looking for one more, and look, a nice price on Synergy S, 25 to 1. If we're looking for one more for the high 5, it's probably got to be number 2, Olena. And changing Can't See back to Open Bridle for this start. Now, the recent form isn't great, but if you look overall, last year did win 5 of 27 starts. Olena probably can be a factor to get onto the ticket near the bottom. I think 3 to 1 though is getting a lot of love, but my top one, number 6, Pinewood, Hanover, is 4 to 5 on the board. Gate is rolling for race number 5. It's Synergy S and Olena and Bucky's Angel on the inside. In the center, Southwind Caesar, Wheelin' and Steelin'. To the outside, Pinewood, Hanover, Century Isaiah, and Should Have Known Better. And the second tier, Lockdown Romeo. It is a field of 9 for the 5th dash. there at the start of the round. Southwind Caesar, Wheelin' and Steelin', Pinewood Hanover, and Bucky's Angel. Those the first four. Then it is Olena, Should Have Known Better, and Century Isaiah as the field works on around the turn. Early advantage now, Pinewood Hanover. 3 wide on the outside. Wants to go on and clear to the front of her. Wheelin' and Steelin', and Pinewood Hanover. And Dag Hedrickson trying to get to the front, but Wheelin' and Steelin', and Ketros continues to wheel gamely on the inside. It is Pinewood Hanover and Wheelin' and Steelin'. They're going to duel past the opening quarter. 24. Pinewood Hanover, and right now is still being hung out by Wheelin' and Steelin', and racing third is Southwind Caesar. Then it is Bucky's Angel and Should Have Known Better. Pinewood Hanover was able to clear to the front, but not without expending a lot of energy. Wheelin' and Steelin' is second. Then racing third is Southwind Caesar. They head up towards the half now. Should Have Known Better is on the outside racing fourth. Bucky's Angel is fifth. Then it is back further to Olena and Century Isaiah, and Synergy S and way back is Lockdown Romeo. 57 and 2, a strong half put up by Pinewood Hanover. And they work their way on into the backstretch. Pinewood Hanover 3 to 5 on the board. Should Have Known Better on the outside now is coming on and getting a little bit closer. Should Have Known Better at 25 to 1, looking to tackle the 3 to 5 Pinewood Hanover. Southwind Caesar on the outside is now driving, but racing third still is Wheelin' and Steelin'. Then Southwind Caesar. Olena's kicking in late in Bucky's Angel. Way back Synergy S and Century Isaiah, and then Lockdown Romeo, but it is still Pinewood Hanover who's holding on to the lead, and Wheelin' and Steelin's racing second off 3/4, 127.04. They turn for home, and Pinewood Hanover and Wheelin' and Steelin has wheeled out for the drive. Pinewood Hanover, Wheelin' and Steelin is closing ground. Wheelin' and Steelin's got a wheel on Pinewood. Pinewood Hanover is second. Then third appeared to be Southwind Caesar, then Olena and Bucky's Angel. 159 and 2, Wheelin' and Steelin'. Back in front of us, number 5, Wheelin' and Steelin'. George Ketros, the winning driver. Also the trainer and part owner, along with Mary Ketros, and Wheelin' and Steelin', 5-year-old Wheelin' and Dealin' brown gelding. It is the 9th win lifetime for Wheelin' and Steelin'. 159 and 2. The fifth race payouts 5 Wheelin' and Steelin', 810, 360 and 230, 6 Pinewood Hanover 230 and 210, and 4 Southwind Caesar 310, $2 exactor 1760, dollar try 4610, 20-cent high five 109.13, 20-cent pick five 4967.25 on a 20-cent ticket. Kaboom shakalaka. Fifth race, order of finish from the top. 645 312 879. That's 645 312 879 on the bottom. Fans note in race number 7, a claim entered on number 9, CrossFit. Field on post parade for race number 6. One is in New York, Brady Collier's Dominic Ladew and the stable. Number 2 is Romancing Ritz, Paul McKenzie for Vern Cochran and Salzburg Stables. Number 3, race director is Sammy Filia for Shane Weber and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. 4 is Fly Higher, Doug Henriksen for Mike Reeve and Gary Sullivan. And 5 is Ram, Damian McClellan for Corey Fuller and Jim Wilson. Number 6, Jam Celebrity, Jay Harris for Steve Watson. Number 7, Delta Rose, George Ketros for Peter Albrecht. 8 is My Time, Your Money, Rob Jenkins Jr. for Felix Marion. And 9 is Scratched. Well, let's get a look at this field. And we'll start with number 5, Ram. And, Ram is one that did make the top 3 in 7 out of 11 starts last year. Missed a bunch of time before that last race. And, maybe it was just a little too rammy early because made a couple of breaks and then finished with broken equipment. But Ram, with that start under his belt, 4-year-old trotter. This is a pretty wide open maiden class, but I'll give Ram a shot in here because you do see this one back in August at Hanover with some consistent form. But you also see on the program twice having trouble getting off the gate and making breaks, so Ram needs to be steady at the start, 5-1. Number 3, Race Director, also a problem last race. Made a break in a non-winners at 2. Race Director is one that was racing at Mohawk back in November. You see some really good overall ability. November the 17th at Mohawk. Got parked early, led a long way and finished 3rd in 56-4. But last time out that break, and Race Director just kind of walked home, 35-3 final quarter. Race Director and Sammy Filia is currently the even money favorite off a break, which is a little tough to take. But certainly, if you look at the program, if this one can stay flat, she really has a big chance to win. Has some really good speed, but also a lot of X's on the program page. Race Director. Number 1 in New York. 2 qualifiers to get ready, and one that is a 3-year-old making a first start. And last qualifier did come home in 30 seconds at a back half of 59-2. So after a rather slow 32-1 opening quarter, kind of picked it up. And in New York off that January the 16th qualifier. The other qualifier was back in June. So really, if you're looking at it, you're off of one qualifier is what you're really thinking here. Brady Collier's for Dominic Ladew is 7-2 on the board. And number 6, Jam Celebrity, is one that was a winner at London in a maiden class and then tried the nominators at 2 last race and raced well early but then tired out. But Jam Celebrity comes back to the maiden class. The overall record isn't great, but Jam Celebrity has a recent win, so one that you got to think about at least, and is 12-1. Number 3, Race Director, 3-5 on the board, but I opted to try elsewhere and I went with 5, Ram. We'll see what Ram has to offer. Damian McClellan for Corey Fuller. Much better price at 7-1. Race Director at 3-5 with all those X's on the program. Just didn't interest me. Gate is rolling for race number 6. It's in New York and Romancing Ritz and Race Director on the inside. In the center, it is Fly Higher and Ram, and to the outside, Jam Celebrity, Delta Rose, and My Time, Your Money. Field of 8, race number 6, here they come. And the field for the sixth race, gathering speed, approaching the start. They're at the start, and Jam Celebrity has broken stride. It is Fly Higher and Romancing Ritz, the first couple to leave out, and Ram is also getting out alertly and is out 3 wide. Romancing Ritz with the early lead. Ram continues to drive on the outside, and Ram is going to truck on and now make the lead. Romancing Ritz is second, Fly Higher third. Then Race Director is fourth away. Then it is back to In New York and My Time Your Money in Delta Rose, and then James Celebrity. Ram at 8-1's got the early lead for Damien McClellan and leads by about 3 lengths right now. Romancing Ritz is second, 29 and 3 opening quarter. Fly Higher is currently flying third. Race Director now is taken to the outside. And Sammy Failure with Race Director, the 2-5 favorite. Racing first up, positioned fourth as they roll on towards us. Then fifth is In New York, and outside sixth is My Time Your Money. Delta Rose is positioned seventh. It is Ram on past the half. Halftime recorded in 1 minute and 3/5, a 31-second panel. Ram with a front. Romancing Ritz is second. Race Director on around the turn as Sam Fillion keeps this one steady on around the turn. Loses a little bit of ground. Right now it is Ram who's just going to truck on and lead by about 3. And then Romancing Ritz is second and Race Director third. In New York is positioned fourth. Then it is My Time Your Money and Fly Higher. They're raced by 3/4 of 130 and 3, a 32nd thirds panel, and they race their way on towards the top of the stretch. And Ram just keeps on driving, and Race Director went off stride. Romancing Ritz then In New York, and Race Director and off stride fourth, and then My Time Your Money on down the stretch drive they come, and Ram, and now Romancing Ritz is trying to close. Ram, though, is going to hold on and win. Romancing Ritz is second, In New York third. My Time Your Money fourth, to a 1-1. There's look at the winner of the sixth race. 5 Ram, Damien McClellan, the winning driver for Corey Fuller and James Wilson. Ram's a 4-year-old royalty for life bay horse. It's the second win for Ram, to a 1-1. The sixth race of 5 Ram. 1967 34.92. Romancing Ritz 24.60 and 6.80. And one in New York 310. $2 exactor $172. Dollar try 421.60. Dollar Super 2879.20. 20-cent Super 575.84. And a 20-cent pick 4 on 404 at $2,201.66. The sixth race order finish from the top down is a 327-518-64 scratch on the bottom. Once again from the top down, 327-518-64 scratch on the bottom. field for the 7th on parade. 1, Missy's Magic Man, Jason Ryan for Mitchell Tierney and Brent Riley. And number 2 is Twist of Tabby, Jay Harris for Caitlin Graham. Number 3 is Jokic, Paul McKenzie for David Jim King and William Brown and Gary Adair. Number 4 is Meadowview Rothy, Travis Henry for Mark Etzel and Charles Reed. And 5 is Final Dream, Austin Surrey for Chris Bell. Number 6, Seeking Salvation, Sean Thompson drives and trains and owns. Number 7, Duke Dale, Mike Hamlin drives and trains and owns. 8 is Kilmartin Dreamer, semi-affiliate for Mark Winnicott and Donald Smith and Donna Parker and Mark shares in ownership. And number 9, Birdie Golyer's driving CrossFit for Vic Putty, and the owner is Gordon McDonald and Christopher Boland, and a claim entered. Field of 9 for race number 7. Once again, note the claim on non-CrossFit. Let's look at this field. I'm going to start with number 4, Meadowview Rothy. And, we'll vacate Mohawk for this start. He is one that made 47,020 starts last year. Took a nice mark of 55-3 at Mohawk. And I think with the move away from Mohawk, Meadowview Rothy, and did race reasonably well in the last couple starts. And I think is one that compares pretty favorably in here. Meadowview Rothy is 5-2. Travis Henry for Mark Etzel. Number 1, Missy's Magic Man. Well, one with 37 lifetime wins, and most recently was able to dominate here in this class. Had an inside post, got to the front, and then just kept on trucking. Won by 3.5 lengths, so you've got to have regard for Missy's Magic Man in here. Jason Ryan from Mitchell Tierney, 5-2. Number 9, CrossFit, claim entered. Won 3 races in a row before trying Mohawk last race. It didn't work out well, but CrossFit is a veteran, $464,000 lifetime. A lot of back class and just that one poor last start. But CrossFit is one that knows the way to the winner's circle. 47 lifetime wins. Brady Golyers for Vic Putty. CrossFit claim in 6-1. Trailer Post certainly presents a problem, but lots of recent form for CrossFit. And number 3, Jokic. Well, not great last time out, but look, blasted to the front from post 9 and paid for it in the late going. But Jokic raced reasonably well at Mohawk just 2 races ago and could like dropping in here. Jokic and Paul McKenzie for David Jim King is a 2-1 co-favorite with Meadowview Rothy, my top pick. Gate is rolling for race number 7. Missy's Magic Man, Twist of Tabby, and Jokic on the inside. In the center, Meadowview Rothy and Final Dream, and to the outside, Seeking Salvation, Duke Dale, Kilmartin Dreamer, and the second tier, CrossFit. It's a field of 9 for race number 7. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 7th race in the stretch. And They're at the start in the rough, and Jokic and Final Dream will get it with Twist of Tabby and Missy's Magic Man, then Medovurati and Duke Deo. And then it is CrossFit, seventh way, Seeking Salvation and Kilmartin Dreamer. But Jokic right now, not joking around early, is trying to drive on against Missy's Magic Man. Jokic leads a length and a quarter, now clears to the front. Missy's Magic Man is second. Racing third is Final Dream. Twist of Tabby is fourth, and Duke Deo is fifth away. Then Medovurati back there in sixth in front of CrossFit. Then it is Seeking Salvation, and Kilmartin Dreamers trailing the field. Jokic is 3-5 on the board and's got the lead as they race on around the turn. 28-1 opening quarter. Missy's Magic Man is second. Final Dream is third. Now Medovurati has been taken to the outside and is working first over. Shares fourth with Twist of Tabby on the inside. Sixth is Duke Deo, and seventh is CrossFit. And then it is Seeking Salvation and Kilmartin Dreamer. And they head on past the half in 58-3. Jokic and Paul McKenzie with the front. Missy's Magic Man and Jason Ryan's racing position second. Final Dream is third. Medovurati on the outside is fourth, and Twist of Tabby fifth at the inside. CrossFit is sixth, and then Duke Deo, Seeking Salvation, and Kilmartin Dreamer. But Jokic continues on. Jokic as they race on to three quarters, leading Missy's Magic Man. Medovurati has advanced up to third, but still has to make up about 4 lengths to Caller. Jokic, three quarters in 1:28. Jokic and Medovurati, and then Missy's Magic Man. CrossFit is closing ground and now takes over fourth, and fifth is Final Dream, and sixth is Seeking Salvation. Jokic on down the stretch drive, still has a comfortable lead. It's about 2.5 lengths over Medovurati. Jokic is going to win. Medovurati second, CrossFit third, Seeking Salvation fourth, 158-3, Jokic. There's the winner of race 7 over 3, Jokic. Paul McKenzie, the winning driver. That's Paul McKenzie winning with Jokic. 6-year-old Cantab Hall Bay gelding. All by William Brown and Gary Adair and David Jim King. David King, also the trainer. It's the 13th win for Jokic lifetime, 158-3. The seventh race payouts. 3 Jokic, 350, 210, 210. 4 Metaview Rothi, 230, 210. 9 CrossFit, 380. $2 exact rate, $40. Try, 25. $75 super, 303.60. 20-cent super, 60.72. The seventh race claim of number 9, CrossFit. The new trainer will be Francis Gimmat. Seventh race, order of finish from the top, 691, 254, 783. That's 691, 254, 783 on the bottom. Field for race number 8 on parade. 1 LMC Little Chips, Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence and the Cardinal Stable. Number 2, He's So Hot Head over Ryan Guy for Doug Brown and Todd Coleman and Jackson Whittup and James Gillum. Number 3, The Lion King, Paul McKenzie for Anthony Hamlin and Mike Hamlin. For Salisbury Cammy, Austin Sorry for Gerard Demers and Yannick Martel. 5 is Eternally Hanover, Travis Culliver, Kyle Rule, and Triple S Equine. And number 6, Timel Emerald, Travis Henry for Mark Etzel and Timel Farms. Field of 6, race number 8. Let's get a look at this field. We'll start with number 2, He's So Hot Hanover, 2-1 on the board, and comes in good form. And one that raced down in this class the last couple races and got things back rolling again. A second, then a dead heat win last time out. He's So Hot Hanover has some gate speed. A favorable post, Ryan Guy for Doug Brown. This one has only 2 wins in the past 38 starts, but 19 lifetime. But certainly has enjoyed this class. And you also see a win here November the 12th. Against a similar kind of company. He's So Hot Hanover 5-2. Number 4, Salisbury Cammy was second at Rito 2 races ago, then tried Mohawk last race. That did not work out. Salisbury Cammy now will come in here and see if she can get the ship righted again. This one sent up by Gerard Demers. First start for Gerard Demers with Salisbury Cammy, Austin Sorey driving. And you do see this one making the top 3 in 17 out of 30 starts last year. Salisbury Cammy and Austin Sorey is 3-1. Number 6, Timel Emerald, sent up by Mark Etzel, and Timel Emerald making an equipment change, blind to open bridle. Was a winner here December the 11th, and then 3 starts since then. 2 of them at Mohawk and 1 here have not gone all that well. But Timel Emerald is capable of a bounce back. That win was against a similar company here. Timel Emerald and Travis Henry is 4-1. And number 1, LMC Little Chimps. LMC Little Chips, Dale Spence for Mackenzie Spence. Only a couple wins in the past 22, but did make the top 3 in 10 of those starts. LMC Little Chips is one that makes a second start off of a little bit of a layoff, and also has had some recent problems staying flat, but maybe has that sorted out. Got a flat line last time out at Mohawk, and now comes in here. LMC Little Chips, 17-1 on the inside. Maybe can climb onto the ticket, though, and help it pay. 18-1 now. It's a field of 6 for race number 8. Gate is rolling for race number 8. LMC Little Chips, He's So Hot Hanover on the inside. In the center of the Lion King and Salisbury Cammy to the outside, Eternally Hanover and Timel Emerald. It's a field of 6. It's race number 8. Here they come. The field for the 8th race. Gathering speed into the stretch, approaching the start. And the field for the 8th race is at the start of the round. And the Lion King with He's So Hot Hanover and Salisbury Cami and Eternally Hanover. Then LMC Little Ships and Timel Emerald. But He's So Hot with the inside advantage, challenging the Lion King. But the Lion King is going to come on now and clear to the front. He's So Hot Hanover is racing second. Off stride in the backstretch as they work their way on towards the opening quarter is Salisbury Cami. It's the Lion King who's got a lead of about 2.5 or 3, and racing position second. He's So Hot Hanover. Salisbury Cami is racing position to third. LMC Little Chips, and then it is back to Timel Emerald as they race on around the turn. And that was Eternally Hanover that broke stride. The Lion King leads as they race on around the turn. The Lion King has a lead of a couple of lengths right now over He's So Hot Hanover, with Salisbury Cami third, LMC Little Chips fourth, and then Timel Emerald and Eternally Hanover. Halftime was recorded in 59 and 3, 31-second split. The Lion King continues to roar. He's So Hot Hanover racing second, looking to close up the gap, and now is a length and 3/4 back, working up a little closer. Then Salisbury Cami is third. LMC Little Chips, Eternally Hanover, and Timel Emerald, and they head on to 3/4. The Lion King. He's So Hot Hanover is second, 2 lengths off the front. Salisbury Cami's on the outside third. LMC Little Chips is racing fourth, then Eternally Hanover and Timel Emerald, and they race on by 3/4, 129 and 2. The Lion King. Salisbury Cami's getting closer now. He's So Hot Hanover's on the inside third. Salisbury Cami's on even terms with the Lion King as they turn for home. Salisbury Cami on the outside. The Lion King on the inside and racing third. He's So Hot Hanover. It is Salisbury Cami as they come to the finish. Salisbury Cami. It's close between Salisbury Cami and the Lion King, and then LMC Little Ships and He's So Hot Hanover, 2 minutes flat. There's a look at the winner, number 4, Salisbury Cami. Salisbury Cami. Austin Sorry is the winning driver. The trainer is Gerard Demers. Yannick Martel is the owner. Salisbury Cami, 5-year-old alarm detector. Bay Mare. Eighth race, pounds 4, Salisbury Cami, 10-10, 460 and 260. 3, the Lion King, 440, 241. LMC Little Chips, 460. $2 exactor, $34.10. Dollar try, $53.50. Dollar Super 153.65. 20-cent Super 30.73. Eighth race order of finish from the top down. In program order 342165. That's 342165 on the bottom. Field for the ninth race on parade. 1, GA Speed Sammy, Pretty Colliers for Courtney Bishop. Number 2, He's Swift, Jason Ryan for Jay Polifrani and Rocco Polifrani. Number 3 is Music to My Gears, Sammy Fillier for Ken Middleton Jr. and Keith Middleton and Jeffrey Seibel and James Grant. Number 4, Better's Victory, Mike Whalen for Evan Stevenson. 5 is Asher's Basher, Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. Number 6, Speak Dollars and Cents, Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen and Paul Sanders. Number 7, Marco Polo, Dale Spence for Mitchell Tierney and Miley Tierney. And number 8 is Papiamento, Damian McClellan for Kayla Henry. Field of 8, race number 9. Let's get a look at this field for the ninth race. We'll start with number 2, He's Swift, 4 to 5 on the board. And a veteran that's getting close to the $300,000 mark. And well, added the winner's share last time out racing at Mohawk. Now, 8,000 claiming winners under. Now moves up to the straight 8,000. But back-to-back strong efforts at Mohawk, a first and a second. And He's Swift overall. This is one that lightly raced last year, 17 starts, but was okay and did have 8 top 3 finishes. But the recent form is solid, and He's Swift. Jason Ryan driving for Jay Polifrani, even money. Number 3, Music to My Gears. Well, what did he do last year? Oh, 21 wins and 42 starts. Giddy up, Music to My Gears. Had 1 start so far this year, but it was post 7. Left well, got a pocket ride, did finish 3rd. It was a solid outing, but now post position 3, I think Music to My Gears is going to be a big threat to He's Swift and offers a much better value proposition at 5 to 1. Looks for a 43rd lifetime win. It's amazing. This is a 14-year-old with 42 lifetime wins, with 21 of them coming in the 13-year-old campaign. Music to My Gears made a lot of music last year, 6 to 1. Number 6, Speak Dollars and Cents. Last race November the 29th. Now comes in here and makes a first start for Jody Cullen, and one that was a consistent top 3 last year. Made the top 3 in 19 out of 28 starts. Speak Dollars and Cents did qualify here reasonably well. Good back half of 59 and 4, and shows enough speed, I think, to be a solid player. Travis Cullen for Jody Cullen, 9 to 1. And number 5, Asher's Basher. Well, that last race, the trailer post, this didn't work out well for Asher's Basher, but the recent form just before that, 3 consecutive top 3 finishes, and Asher's Basher, a consistent top 3 last year, 27 out of 40. Asher's Basher likely to rebound and be a contender again. Mark McDonnell for Gord McDonald. Asher's Basher is nice price at 18 to 1. This is one that can be a threat to win in here. Look at the value. No value on number 2, He's Swift. My top one, 3 to 5 on the board. Gate is rolling for race number 9. It's GA Speed Sammy, and He's Swift on the inside with Music to My Gears. In the center, Better's Victory, Asher's Basher. To the outside, Speak Dollars and Cents, Macapolo, and Papiamento. Field of 8, race number 9. Field for the 9th race. In the stretch drive, gathering speed, approaching the start. And they're at the start of the rough, and Better's Victory, Music to My Gears, GA Speed Sammy, and he's Swift, and Asher's Basher is getting out quickest of all. Asher's Basher is going to launch right out and try to take the lead from GA Speed Sammy. Does clear to the front. Racing third is He's Swift, and Music to My Gears is fourth, and fifth is Better's Victory. Then the trailing three are Speak Dollars and Cents and Marco Polo and Papiamento, and GA Speed Sammy is able to speed back around Asher's Basher and claim the front. He's Swift now quickly steps it from third. Moving swiftly on the outside is challenging, and now He's Swift is going to come on and grab the front. GA Speed Sammy second, 28 and 3 opening quarter. Asher's Basher third, and Music to My Gears is racing fourth. Then Better's Victory and Speak Dollars and Cents and Marco Polo and Papiamento, and they race off the turn. He's Swift 2 to 5 on the boards, got the front. GA Speed Sammy is racing position second. Asher's Basher on the inside is third. Music to My Gears now is starting to roll on the outside, coming first over. In front of Speak Dollars and Cents, half 58 and 4. As they work their way on into the backstretch, it's still He's Swift in front of GA Speed Sammy by a length and a half, and Music to My Gears is grinding first over, about 2.5 lengths off the lead. Racing first over, then Asher's Basher is fourth on the inside. Speak Dollars and Cents is on the outside fifth. Sixth is Better's Victory. Trailing pair Marco Polo Papiamento. 3/4, 127 and 3. And it is He's Swift who still got the lead. GA Speed Sammy's racing second, getting a nice trip on the back of He's Swift, who still looks plenty strong though. Music to My Gears on the outside third, about a length and 3/4 from the front. And then Asher's Basher and Speak Dollars and Cents and Better's Victory on down the stretch for He's Swift. He's Swift and GA Speed Sammy. He's Swift up the inside, Asher's Basher. He's Swift trying to hold on. He's Swift will win. GA Speed Sammy, Asher's Basher, Speaks Dollars and Cents, 157 and 3. He's Swift. Back in front of us, the winner of race 9, number 2, He's Swift, Jason Ryan's the winning driver. He's Swift, a 9-year-old. He's watching Bay Gelding about Rocco Palaferrani. Jay Palaferrani is the trainer. Second win this year, 18th lifetime for He's Swift, 157 and 3. Ninth race payouts to He's Swift. 290, 210, 210, 1. GA Speed Sammy, 290, 240. 5 Asher's Basher, 640. $2 Exactor, 630. Dollar Try, 27.80. Dollar Super, 84.55. 20-cent Super, 16.91. Ninth race. Order of finish from the top, 215, 634, 78 on the bottom. That's 215, 634, 78 on the bottom. Field for the 10th on parade. One is Kanagami Matt, Sammy Filia for Rafael Barassa, and JF Reed and Stefan Brousseau. And number 2 is Trey Garron, Jason Ryan for Robert Young, and Frank Shiravalati. Number 3, Magic's Angel Eyes. Andre Goy drives the train for Don Lashid. 4 is Scratched. 5 is Danish Brew. Nick Boy drives the trains for Blair Burgess and David Anderson. Number 6, Don't Change My Name. Damian McClellan for John Holding and Morley Bosworth. And number 7 is 10 Karat Gold. Brady Colliers for Shane Weber and Tom and Elizabeth Rankin. Number 8, Show Me the Green. Dale Spence for Kyle Brule and Triple Sec Wine. And 9, Belvedere Jessica. Shane Weber for Dr. Mike Veneri. It's a field of 8 for the 10th race. Let's get a look at this field for the 10th dash. And, well, we'll start with number 5, Danish Brew. And Danish Brew is one that raced exceptionally well here last time out. Went to the front and then just cruised all the way around and won under wraps, winning by 2 1/4 lengths. Has 5 wins in 11 starts. Lightly raced just 10 races last year, but won 4 of them. Danish Brew and Nick Boyd. This is one that now makes a third start off of a layoff of about 3 months, or a couple of months anyway. And Danish Brew. In fact, the one thing to note also, that January the 1st start had been off since December 11th to January 1st, and then again misses about 3 weeks. So Danish Brew doesn't work often, but she gets a lot accomplished. 5 wins in 11 starts, and since January 1st of last year, Danish Brew is even money. Number 2, Trey Garron, has looked consistently strong here of late and was second beaten ahead last time out at Mohawk, but looked really good here in the 3 previous starts here. A second and a couple of thirds. Now was placed back to 8th in that third for a pylon infraction, but still overall, Trey Garron shows good recent form, and the overall record isn't strong, but the recent form is great. Trey Garron is right now on the board at 3-2. Others to look at, number 1, Kanagami Man. He's one that was third at London 2 races ago, and then here had the trailer post last race and just couldn't get into the race early, had too much work to do. But Kanagami Matt now gets the inside post position, and you do see this one racing reasonably well before that last race. I think Kanagami Matt will bounce back and be a top 3 factor semi-filia for Rafael Barassa. Rafael often puts up strong numbers, 7-2. And number 6, Don't Change My Name, did not race well just before Christmas at Mohawk. Hasn't raced since, but you do see some good form here back in mid-November and early December. Don't Change My Name. Overall, had a decent earnings year last year. I think this is one that you can use somewhere on the ticket. Damian McClellan for John Holding. Don't Change My Name would add some price to it. 30-1 on the board. But Danish Brew is my top one and is getting all the love at 6-5. Gate is rolling for race number 10, Kanagami Matt with Trey Garron. And in the center, Magic's Angel Eyes, Danish Ruin, Don't Change My Name. And to the outside, 10 Karat Gold, Show Me the Green. And the second tier, Belvedere Jessica. It's a field of 8 for the 10th dash. They're nearing the start. And the rough, Danish Brew, Don't Change My Name, Kanagami Matt Traeger and Magic's Angel Eyes. But Danish Brew is hustling into that first turn. Kanagami Matt and Traeger the top three. Danish Brew and Traeger. Danish Brew now is moving up, and Danish Brew is put on the front burner. Traeger is racing second. And then Kanagami Matt and Don't Change My Name is fourth away. Magic's Angel Eyes is fifth, and then it is back to 10 Karat Gold and Belvedere Jessica. And Shim of the Green is trailing the field. Danish Brew 2-1 on the boards. Got the lead the opening quarter, 28-2. Traeger is 1-2 on the board and is sitting in the pocket. Kanagami Matty's third. Then Don't Change My Name and Magic's Angel Eyes and 10 Karat Gold. And the trailing pair of Belvedere Jessica and Shim of the Green. It is Danish Brew and Nick Boyd who's got the lead. Traeger is keeping a close watch from the pocket. And Kanagami Matty's third. Now 10 Karat Gold is moving on the outside. Don't Change My Name elected to stay down to the pylons. And Belvedere Jessica is part of the outer flow. The trailing pair, Magic's Angel Eyes and Shim of the Green, into the backstretch of a 59-2 halftime. Danish Brew at 2-1's got the front. Traeger racing position second. 10 Karat Gold is getting closer on the outside. Kanagami Matt is racing position fourth. Then it is Don't Change My Name and Belvedere Jessica, Magic's Angel Eyes and Shim of the Green, and they race on to three quarters, 129-2. Danish Brew and 10 Karat Gold. They stride close together. Danish Brew holds on to a lead of just ahead. 10 Karat Gold, Kanagami Matt and Traeger on the inside. Those are the first four, and fifth is Don't Change My Name. And then Belvedere Jessica, Danish Brew trying to hold on to the lead. Danish Brew leads still up the inside. Traeger. Danish Brew and Traeger as they come to the finish and flying. Kanagami Matt on the outside. Danish Brew's going to hold on and win. Then Traeger and Kanagami Matt and 10 Karat Gold. 159-3. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race 10, 5 Danish Brew, 5-year-old six-pack bay mare owned by Blair Burgess and David Anderson. Nick Boyd is the trainer, and Nick Boyd, Ralphie, the winning drive. It's the second win this year in 2 starts, and the 9th lifetime for Danish Brew, 159-3. The 10th race payout, 5 Danish Brews, 610, 270, 230, 2 Traeger, 210, 210, 1 Kanagami Bat, 360, 20 cent pick 5, 166.78. $2 exactor $9.90, dollar try $15.25, 20-cent high five $85.61, $2 double $13.40, dollar pick three is $47.05, 20-cent pick four $19.65. The 10th race order finish from the top. 3, 2, 6, scratch. 15487 on the bottom. That is 326 scratch 15487 on the bottom. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Thursday evening. Action resumes Saturday, first dash 6:25 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Shanna.